the dic- the Supreme Court of the Indian initiated the doctrine of the basic structure of the constitution in the Keshavananda Bharatiya case. The Supreme Court held in the case of Keshavananda Bharatiya that there are the certain basic features of the constitution of India which cannot be the altered by the amendment under the article number 368, article number 3, article number 31C introduced by the 25 Amendment Act, the provision complete of the age 35 years be the qualified for the election as a member of House of the People and must not hold any the office of the prefect under the government of India or the government of any state or under any local or other authority subject to the control of any of the state government. The article number 58 presidents or the vice president of the union or the governor of the any state or the minister either for the union or for any state is not the disqualified for elections as the president. The article number 58 the president's term of the office in the 5 years from and elections to the office of the president must be the complete before the expiration of the term. Presidents of India. Now, Dr. Rajendra Prasad, that tenure in the 26 January 1950 and 13 May 1962. Dr. S. Radhakishan, 13 May 1960 to 13 May 1967. Dr. Zakir Hussain, 13 May 1967, 3 May 1969. Sri V.V. Giri, 24 August 1969, 24 August 1974. Fakhruddin Ali Ahmed, 24 August 1974, 11 February 1977. Sri M. Sanjeev Reddy, 25 July 1977, 25 July 1982. Gyani Jail Singh, 25 July 1982, 25 July 1987. R. Venkatraman, 25 July 1987, 25 July 1992. Dr. Shankar Dayal Sharma, 25 July 1992, 25 July 1997. Sri K. R. Narayan, 25 July 1997, 25 July 2002. Dr. A.P.J. Abdul Kalam, 25 July 2002, 25 July 2007. Sri Pratibha Devi Singh Patel, Sri Purnam Mukherjee, Ram Krishna Kovind, and now present is Draupadi Murmu. Acting President Sri V.V. Giri, in 3rd May 1969 to 20 July 1969. Justice Muhammad Hidayatullah, 20 July 1969 to 24 August 1969. Sri B.D. Dati, 11 February 1977 to 25 July 1977. President died in office. Dr. Zakir Hussain died on 3rd May 1969. Sri Fakhruddin Ali Ahmed died on 11 February 1977. The outgoing president continues to hold the office notwithstanding that his term has expired until his successor enters upon the office. Reference article number 56(1)(c). There is no scope for the vice president getting a chance to act as the president in this case. The vacancy arises other than by the expiry of the term, and the elections to fill the vacancy must be held within 6 months for the date of the occurrence of the vacancy. If the mid-term vacancy arises in the office of the president, vice president act as the president until the new president is elected. Powers of President. Administrative power. The president is the formal head of the administration. All the executive actions of the union are expressed to the taken in the name of the president. All officers of the union are the president's subordinate and he or she has the right to be informed of the affairs of the Union. Court and the restrictions. President, Chief Justice Court, Chief Justice of Supreme Court, resignations, Vice President, Court and resignations, Post, Vice President, Court President, resignation President, Governor, Court, Chief Justice of High Court, resignations President, Post, Chief Justice of India, Court President, the resignations President, Post, Prime Minister, Court President, the resignations President, Speaker, Lok Sabha, Court, no oath, the resignations Deputy Speaker. The President shall have the power to appoint and remove high dignitaries, including the chairman and member of the UPSC. The Prime Minister of India, other Minister of the Union, the Attorney General for India, the Comptroller and Auditor General of India, the Chief Justice and the Judge of the Supreme Court, the Chief Justice and the Judge of the High Court of the State, the Governor of State, the Chief Election Commissioner and other Election Commissioner of India, members of Inter-State Council, member of the Inter-State Council, Chief Commissioners of the Union Territories, members of the Finance Commissions, members of the Language Commissions, members of the Backward Class Commissions, member of Minorities Commissions, Indian ambassador and other diplomats can be removed from office through the special constitutional provision by implements Article number 56(2). Military power. The Supreme Commandant of the Defence Forces is based in the President of India, but the Parliament can regulate or control the exercise of the such power. The Article number 53(2). Certain act cannot be done by the President without approaching Parliament for sanctions. That is, the act would involve the expenditure of money. Reference Article number 143. Such as the reaching the trainings and the maintenance of the defense forces. Diplomatic power. The President is the empowered to negotiate treaties and the agreement with other countries on the advice of his minister, subject to the ratification by the Parliament. Presidents of India represent India in the international affairs, appoint Indian representatives to other countries and receive diplomatic representatives of other states. Legislative power. President has the power to summon or prorogue the House of Parliament and to dissolve the Lok Sabha. He also has the power to summon a joint sitting of both Houses of Parliament in the cases of the deadlock between them. The Article number 108. The President addresses both Houses of the Parliament assembled together at the third sessions after is the general elections to the Lok Sabha and the commencement of the first session of each year. The president has the right to address either house or their joint setting at any times and to the require the attendance of the members for his the purpose. The article number 86(1). The Rajya Sabha 12 members are the nominated by the presidents from the persons having special knowledge or the practical experience of literature, science, arts, and the social service. The article number 81. The president is the empowered to the nominate not more than 2 Anglo-Indian members to the Lok Sabha if the community is not the adequately represented in that house. The article number 331. Previous sanctions or recommendation of the president is the required for the introducing legislations on the following matters: a bill for the formations of new state for or the alterations of boundaries or existing state. The reference article number 3. A bill providing for any of the matter specified in article number 31A, a money bills. The article number 117(1). A bill involving expenditure from the consolidated fund of India. Article number 173. A bill affecting taxations in which the state are the interest. State bill imposing restrictions upon the freedom of trade. The article number 304. A bill become an act of the Indian Parliament only after it receives the assent of the President. When a bill presented to the President for assent, he may declare his assent to the bills, or he may withhold his assent to the bills, or he may, in the case of the bills other than money bills, return the bills for the reconsiderations of the House with or without the message suggestions the amendment if the bill is passes against by the both House or Parliaments with or without the amendment, and again the present to the President, it would the obligator upon him the declare his assent to him. The article number 111. The veto power of the Indian President is the combination of the absolute suspension, the pocket vetoes. President of the Indian has the power of disallowance or the return from the reconsiderations of a bill of the state legislature which are the reserved for his considerations by the governor of the state. The article number 201. A money bill source reserve cannot be the returned by the president. It is not obligatory upon to the president to give his assent even to the bills reconsiderations by the state legislature. The article number 201. The president can legislate by the ordinance at the times when it is not possible to have a parliamentary enactment of the subject immediately. The article number 123. The subject parading power. The president as well as the governor possess power to grant pardon. The reference article number 72-161. Pardon. Residence. Resin. The pardon is a resin. Abrogates or revokes both the sentence and the convictions and the absolve the offender from all the punishment and disqualification. Communication. Merely substitute one form of the punishment for another of a lighter character. Revision. Reduce the amount of the sentence without the changing it is the character. Respite means awarding a lesser sentence instead of the penalty prescribed in view of the pregnancy of a woman offender act. Reprieve means the stay of the executive by executions of the sentence, that is the pending the proceeding for pardons or commutation. Competition between the pardoning powers of the resident and the governor. President has the power to the grant pardon, reprieve, restricted suspension, remissions or commutations in respect of the punishments or sentence by court martial. Governor has no such power. President power extend up to the executive power of the Union. Governor power extend by to the executive power of the state. Governor has no power to the pardon in the case of the sentence of death, but the can the suspend, remit or the commuted as a sentence of death. Only the president can pardon at a death sentence. Emergency power. The president has extraordinary powers to deal with the situations of emergency. Miscellaneous power. The president has the constitutional authority to the make rules and regulation relating to the various matters. He/she has the power to the give instructions to the governor to promulgate and the ordinance if a bill containing the same provisions require previous sanctions of the President. The President has the power to refer any questions of public importance for the opinion of the Supreme Court. The Resident has the power to appoint the certain commissions for the purpose of the reporting on specific matter, just for the purpose of the reporting on the specific matter, such as the commissions to the report on the administrations of the scheduled areas and welfare of scheduled tribes and backward classes. The Finance Commission, the commissions of the Commission on the Official Language and the Inter-State Council. President has some special power relating in the Union territories or the territories which are directly administered by the Union. The President shall have the certain special power in the respect of the administration of scheduled areas and the tribes and the tribal area in Assam. The President has certain special power and the responsibility regarding the administrations of the scheduled caste. The Vice President. Provisions of the Vice President in our Constitution has been derived from the Constitution of America. The Vice President is indirectly elected by means of the single transferable vote. State legislators do not take part in the elections of the Vice President. The electoral college for the Vice President consists of the members elected and nominated both types of the House of Parliament. Article number 66. 66(1). To be elected as the Vice President of India, a person must be a citizen of India over the 35 years of age. Must not hold and the office the profit save that of the President, Vice President, Governor or the Minister for the Union or a state. The article number 66. Qualified for election as a member of the Rajya Sabha. In case a member of the legislature is the elected Vice President, he shall be demand to have the vacant is the seat in the House to which he belongs. As the Vice President is not a member of Rajya Sabha, he cannot participate in voting in the House. But as the Chairman of the House Rajya Sabha, he can cast his decisive vote. Vice President of India, Dr. S. Radhakrishnan, tenure in 1952 to 1962. Dr. Zakir Hussain, 1962 to 1967. E. Giri, 1967 to 1969. Gopal Swarab Pathak, 1969 to 1974. B. D. Jati, 1974 to 1979. Justice Muhammad Hidayatullah, 1979 to 1984. R. Venkataraman, 1984 to 1987, Dr. Shankar Dayal Sharma, Dr. Shankar Dayal Sharma 1987 to 1992, K. R. Narayan 1992 to 1997, Krishnakanto 1997 to 2002, Hoiron Singh Shikwar 2002 to 10 10 August 2007, Muhammad Hamid Ansari 11 August 2007 to 11 August 2017, M. Venkaiah Naidu and present in Jagdeep Dhankar. Present Vice President Jagdeep Dhankar. Term of the office of the Vice President is the 5 years from the date of which the enters upon his office. Office of the Vice President may terminate earlier than the fixed term, earlier by resignations or by removal. The formal impeachment is not required for the Vice President removal. Vice President can be removed by the resolutions of the Rajya Sabha passed by the majority of the members and agreed to by the Lok Sabha. As sitting Vice President is eligible for re-election. Dr. S. Radhakrishnan was elected as the Vice President of the Indian for the second term in 1957. Before the assuming office of the Vice President, Dr. S. Radhakrishnan was the Indian ambassador to the Soviet Union. No functions are addressed to the office of the Vice President. The normal function of the Vice President is to act as the ex officio chairman of the Rajya Sabha. If any vacancy occur in the office of the President, Vice President act as the President until the new President is elected and entered upon his office. For the first time during the 15 days visit of the Dr. Rajendra Prasad to the Soviet Union in June 1960. The then Vice President Dr. S. Radhakrishnan act as the President, owing to the inability of the President to discharge his duties. The power to determine when the President is unable to discharge his duties or when should resume his duties in understood to belong to the President himself. In the office of the board, the President and the Vice President for the vacant by results of that resignations, removal, etc. The Chief Justice of India or his absence, the senior most judge of the Supreme Court acts as the President. For the first time in 1969, the President Dr. Zakir Hussain died and the Vice President Shri V. Giri resigned. The Chief Justice Muhammad Hidayatullah acted as the President. When the Vice President acts as the President, he gets the emolument of the president and will not be the entitled for the salary or the emolument of the vice presidents for the period article number 197. Otherwise, he get the salary of the chairman of the Rajya Sabha when the vice president act as a president. The deputy chairman of the Rajya Sabha act as it is the chairman. The article number 91. Determinations of doubt, the dispute relating to the elections of the president or the vice president is the described in article number 71. Main provisions are as follows. The sub-dispute are decided by the Supreme Court, which the jurisdictions is the exclusive and final. No, is, no such dispute can be the raised on the ground of any vacancy in the electoral college. If the elections of the president or the vice president is declared void by the Supreme Court, act done by prior to the date of such the decision of the Supreme Court is not the inherited matters other than the decision of the such the dispute are regulated by the law made by the Parliament. The Prime Minister and the Union Council of Ministers. In the parliamentary system of government, the Prime Minister occupied the unique position as the most powerful functionary who controlled both the parliamentary and the executive. Dr. Jawaharlal Nehru, tenure and the party. August 15, 1947, May 27, 1964 Congress. Sri Gulzari Lal Nand, May 27, 1964, June 9, 1964 Congress. Sri Lal Bahadur Shastri, June 9, 1964 and January 11, 1966 Congress. Sri Gulzari Lal Nand, January 11, 1966, January 24, 1966 Congress. Mrs. Indira Gandhi, January 24, 1966, March 24, 1977 Congress. Sri Moraji Desai, March 24, 1977, July 28, 1979 Janata Party. Sri Charan Singh, July 28, 1979, January 14, 1980 Janata Party. Indira Gandhi, January 14, 1980, October 31, 1984 Congress I. Rajiv Gandhi, October 31, 1984, December 2, 1989 Congress I. Sri Vishwananda Pratap Singh, December 2, 1989, November 10, 1990 Janata Dal. Sri Chandra Shekhar, November 10, 1990, June 21, 1991 Janata Dal S. Sri P.V. Narasimha Rao, June 21, 1991, May 16, 1996 Congress I. Sri Atal Bihari Vajpayee, May 16, 1996, June 1, 1996 Bharatiya Janata Party. Sri S.D. Deva Gowda, June 1, 1996, April 21, 1997, Janata Dal. Sri Indor Kumar Gujral, April 21, 1997, March 19, 1998, Janata Dal. Sri Atal Bihari Vajpayee, March 19, 1998, May 22, 2004, Bharatiya Janata Party. Dr. Manmohan Singh, May 22, 2004, May 26, 2014, Indian National Congress (INC). Shri Narendra Damodar Das Modi, Shri Narendra Damodar Das Modi, May 26, 2014 to present, Bharatiya Janata Party. And we know the Prime Minister defected by vote of no confidence are A. V.P. Singh 1990, remember Atal Bihari Vajpayee in 1996, defected by only one vote, and S.D. Deva Gowda in 1997. Third Prime Minister, but three Prime Minister who died in OP Square, Jawaharlal Nehru in May 1964, Lal Bahadur Shastri in January 1966, and Tashkent and Mrs. Indira Gandhi on 31 October 1984. Sardar Vallabhbhai Patel was the first Deputy Prime Minister of India. Jawaharlal Nehru had the longest tenure as the Prime Minister, 60 years, 9 months, 12 days. Atal Bihari Vajpayee was the Prime Minister for the shortest period of 30 days. V.P. Singh was the first Prime Minister to lose confidence of the House. Jagjivan Ram has the record in his credit to remain in the Central Cabinet for the longest period, 32 years. Rajya Sabha member and who became the Prime Minister, Indira Gandhi 1966 to 1967, S.D. Deva Gowda 1996 to 1997, I.K. Gujral 1997 to 1998, Dr. Manmohan Singh 2004 to 2014, Prime Minister. Prime Minister is appointed by the President. Other ministers are appointed and or dismissed by the President on the advice of the Prime Minister. Prime Minister must be the leader of the party in the majority in the Lok Sabha, or the person who can win the confidence of the majority in that house. Prime Minister plus Cabinet Minister is equal to the Council of Ministers. There are three types of minister: Cabinet Minister, Minister of the State, and Deputy Minister. As the head of the Council of Ministers, the Prime Minister (PM) is the head of the government. Also, he/she is the leader of his/her party or and of the coalitions of the parties in the parliament, and usually the leader of the popular house. The PM enjoys large power of the patronage. All the ministers are appointed at his/her recommendations and standard dismissed at his/her demand. The PM allowed work among the ministers. Also, he/she can sense their portfolio at will. The PM is the of the communications between the Council of the Minister and the President. Minister get the salaries and the allowance act by allowance in as the PMO payable to the members of parliament. In addition, they get a supplementary allowance at the varying scale and the residence fee of foreign cabinet minister attend meeting of the cabinet. A deputy minister is the minister in the discharge of his the duties and takes no part in the cabinet meeting. There is no bar to the appointment of the non-PM as the minister, but he cannot continue as the minister for more than 6 months unless he secured a seat in either House of Parliament. And through the minister are collectively responsible to the legislator, they are the individually responsible to the president. A minister can take the part in the proceeding of the both Lok Sabha and Rajya Sabha, but she can the vote only if he is the member of that house. The Attorney General for India. The Attorney General in the first law office. The first law office is the Attorney General of the Government of India, who gives the advice on legal matters and perform other duties of a legal character as the assigned to him by the President. The Attorney General for India is appointed by the President. And the hold office during the pressure of the President, he must have the some qualification as are required to be the judge of the Supreme Court. The discharge the functions conferred on him by the Constitution on or the any other law. The article number is the 76. The Attorney General for India is not a member of the cabinet, but he has the right to speak in the House of the Parliament or in any committees thereof, but he has no right to vote. The article number 88. He is entitled to the privilege of a member of parliament. The article number 10454. In the performance of his the official duties, the Attorney General has the right of the audience in all the court in the territory of India. He is not a whole time the counsels for the government nor a the government servant. The Comptroller and the Auditor General of India, the CAG. Though they appointed by the President, the Comptroller and the Auditor General can be the removed only on the address from the board, the House of the Parliament on the ground of the provide the misbehavior or the incapacity. Is the salary and the conditions of service are the laid down by the Parliament and cannot be the varied to his the disadvantage during his term of office. The term of the office of the Comptroller and the Auditor General CAG in 6 years is the 6 year from the date of which uh, assume office. The CAG vacants office on the attaining the age of 65 years, even whether the completing the 6 year term, he can the resign by the writing under his hand address to the President of India. He can be the removed by impeachment. The article number 148, 124, 124, 4. His salary is the equal to that of a judge of the Supreme Court. Other conditions of his service are the similar to an IAS of the rank of Secretary to the Government of India. He is the disqualified for any federal government office after retirement. The salaries extra of the Comptroller and the Auditor General and his the staff and the administrative expense of the office are the charged upon the consolidated fund of Indian and thus uh, non votable. The article number 148. The main duties of the Comptroller and the Auditor General are the do the audit and the report on all the expenditure from the consolidated fund of India and of his the state and his union territory having a legislative assembly as to the whether such expenditure has been in accordance with the law. To audit and the report on all the expenditure from the contingency fund and the public account of the union and of the states. To the audit and the report on all the tendings, manufacturing, profit and loss account extracted by an department of the union or a state, to see that the rules and procedures that the beliefs are the designed to the safeguard and the effective check on the assessment, collections and the proper allocations of revenue, to audit the report on the receipt and expenditure the corporations of police, the Parliament of India. Parliament of India consists of the presidents, the Lok Sabha and Rajya Sabha. The president is a part of the legislature even though he or she does not sit in the parliament. Tenure of the first Lok Sabha was the 13 May 1952 to 4 April 1957. The main functions of the parliament are the providing the cabinet, control of the cabinet, criticisms of the cabinet and of the individual minister. Parliament supports the information authoritatively legislation that is the making stock. Article number 107, 108 and 245. Financial control. Bill passed by the House of the Parliament cannot become law without the President's assent. Building of Parliament is the circular structure designed by the architecture Sir Edwin Lutyens and the Herbert Baker in the 1912-13. The foundation of this building was laid down on the 12 February 1921. It extended consists of 154 pillars of the guarantee. U.S. President to the address Indian Parliament. Reward David Nation Award in 1959. Jimmy Carter 1978. Bill Clinton 2000. Barack Obama 2010. U.S. President who did not describe visit India. Richard Nixon. U.S. President who did not address Indian Parliament despite visiting India. Richard Nixon 1969. Geoff Walker Bush Jr. 2006. Rajya Sabha and Lok Sabha. Rajya Sabha is the composed of not more than 250 members of whom 12 are nominated by the President and 238 are representatives of the state and the union territories elected by the method of the indirect election. Reference Article number 80. The 12 nominate members are chosen by the President from the amongst persons specialists in the science, arts, literature and the social service. The Rajya Sabha is not the subject to dissolution. Its members shall not be the less than 30 years of age. Representatives of each the state are elected by the elected members of the Legislative Assembly of the state is the accordance with the system of proportional representations by means of the single transferable vote. Prescribed commissions of the Lok Sabha in the article number 81. Not more than 530 representatives of the state. Not more than 20 representatives of the union territories. Not more than 2 members of the Anglo-Indian Committee nominated by the President. The Lok Sabha at the present consists of 543 members, 530 members are directly elected from the state and 13 member UTs. The representatives of the state are directly elected by the peoples of the state on the basis of adult suffrage. Every citizen who is not less than 18 years of age and is not otherwise disqualified entitled to the vote as such the election. The article number 326. There is no reservations for any minorities community other than the scheduled castes and the scheduled tribes. Reference article number 330, 341, 342. SC/ST Quota Extension Bill 2019. The Constitution 126 Amendment Bill 2019 was passed unanimously by the Rajya Sabha on 12 December 2019, 2 days after it was passed by the Lok Sabha. All the 163 members present vote by the bills. The Lok Sabha on December 10, 2019 passed the Constitution Amendment Bill to the extent reservations to the SCs and STs in the Lok Sabha and the state assemblies by the another 10 years. The bill was passed with the 352 members voting in the favor and the none against it. The bill extends the reservations for SCs and ST in the Lok Sabha and the state assemblies, which was due to end on 25 January 2020. For a period of the 10 years, the 7 years of the 10-year extensions given since the Constitution was enacted in the 1950. However, the bills also indent the provisions for the nominations of the Anglo-Indian or to the Lok Sabha and the assemblies after January 2020. The Council of the State is not the subject to dissolutions. It is the permanent body. 1/3 of it is the member that retire on the expressions of every second year. The normal terms of the Lok Sabha is the 5 years, but it may be dissolved earlier by the President. The normal term of the Lok Sabha can be extended by and the act passed by the Parliament itself during emergency. The extension cannot be made for the period exceeding on 1 year at a time. Such extension cannot continue beyond a period of 6 months after the proclamations of emergency cases to operate. The term of Lok Sabha was extended twice for 1 year in 1976. The term of Lok Sabha was extended twice for 1 year in 1976. The Lok Sabha has been dissolved 8 times. How many is dissolved in Lok Sabha? 8 times. Before the expired, before the expiry of it is the normal term in 1970, 1977, 1979, 1984, November 1989, March 1991, December 1997 and April 1999. The tenure of the first Lok Sabha House of the People, the 17th April 1952 to 4 April 1957. The Rajya Sabha Council of the State, First constituted on 3rd April 1952. First sitting of the Lok Sabha 13 May 1952. Parliament must meet at least twice a year and not more than 6 months. Shall elect the between two seasons of the Parliament. A season is the period of the time between the first meeting of the Parliament and prorogations on Parliament. The period between the prorogations of the Parliament and it is the reassembled in a new season is called the recess. Within a season, there are the number of daily sittings separated by the adjournment, which the postpone the further considerations of the business for the specified times. The settings of the House can be terminated by the dissolutions, prorogations, or adjournment. These settings House can be terminated by the dissolutions, prorogations, or adjournment. While the powers of the dissolution and the prorogations are the exercised by the President on the advice of the Council of Ministers. The powers to adjourn the daily sittings of the Lok Sabha and Rajya Sabha belongs to the Speaker and the Chairman respectively. A dissolution brings Lok Sabha to an end so that there must be a fresh election. With the prorogations merely terminate a season, the adjournment does not put an end to the seasons of Parliament, but merely postpones the further transactions of business for a specified times, hours, for days or week. One, dissolutions of the Lok Sabha all matter pending before the House leaves. If this the matter have to be the pursued, they must be reintroduced in the next House after the fresh election. But a bill pending in the Rajya Sabha which has not yet been passed by the Lok Sabha shall not lapse on the dissolution. A dissolution does not after a joint sitting of the two House if the President has the notified his the intention to hold a joint sitting before the dissolution. Article number 1085. Adjournment has no such effect, no pending business, qualification or becoming a member of Parliament are. Must be as citizens of India, must not less than 25 of as in the case of Lok Sabha and the 30 years in the case of Rajya Sabha. Additional qualification may be prescribed by Parliament by law. The article number 84. A person can be disqualified for being a member of either House of Parliament if he holds any office of the profit under the government of the India or the government of any state. He is of the unsound mind and stand so declared by the competent court. He is not a citizen of Indian or has the voluntarily acquired citizenship of the foreign state of the or is the under acknowledgement or the allegations or the adherence to the foreign powers. He is disqualified by or the under any law made by the parliament. The article number 102. In a dispute regarding qualification, the president's discussion in the accordance with the opinion of the elections commissions is final. The article number 103. The House can declare a seat vacant if the members absent himself from all the meetings of the House of the period of the 60 days without the permissions of the House Speaker and the Deputy Speaker the Lok Sabha. The House of the People shall as soon as may be the choice two members of the House to be the uh, respectively Speaker and the DY Speaker and thereof, and so often as the office of Speaker of the DY Speaker becomes the vacant, the House shall choose the another members to the Speaker DY Speaker. Article number 93. The Speaker preside over the Lok Sabha. The Speaker and the Deputy Speaker are the chosen by the Lok Sabha from the among it is the member and is the take oath as the member of the Lok Sabha, but not as the Speaker or DY Speaker, but Deputy Speaker. Salary and the allowance of the Speaker are the changed on the consolidated account of Indian state is they do not have to be vote by Parliament. The conduct of the Speaker cannot be the discussed except on the substantive motion. The Speaker or the Deputy Speaker normally holds office during the lives of the House, but his the office may the terminate earlier in any of the following ways: by his ceasing to be the members of the House, by resignations in the writing address to the Deputy Speaker and vice versa, by the removal from the office, by the resolutions passed by the majority of all the 10 members, all the then members of the House. The article number 94. A resolution to the remove the Speaker cannot be the moved unless at least 14 days notice has been given of the invitations to the move the resolutions. First Speaker by Deputy Speaker of the Lok Sabha. First Speaker Ganesh Basudev. The first Speaker is the Ganesh Basudev GB Mavalankar. Ganesh Basudev Mavalankar is the first Speaker. And the first Speaker Ganesh Basudev GB Mavalankar, the 15 May 1952 to 27 February 1956. The first Speaker Tribal P.A. Sangma. The first Speaker Tribal is P.A. Sangma, April 23rd, 23rd May 1996, and March 23rd, 1998. The first speaker female, Meira Kumar, Meira Kumar, and 1st June 2009 to 18 April 2014. First Deputy Speaker, M. and Ananta Sayanam Iyengar, and Ananta Sayangar Iyengar, May 1952 to 7 March 1956. Whose a resolution for his the removal is the under the constitutions the speaker cannot the preside, but he can speak in take the part in the proceeding of the house and vote except in the case of equality of votes. Reference number 96. At other meetings of the House of Speaker can not vote in the first instance, but can the exercise the casting vote in case of the equality of votes. The Speaker has the final power to the maintain order within the Lok Sabha and to the interpret it. It is the rules of the procedures. It is the absence of the quorums. The Speaker adjourns the House of the suspend the meeting until there is a quorum. The Speaker contact in regulating the procedure of the meeting order in the House cannot be questioned in a court. The article number 122. President of India is the ex-officio chairman of the Rajya Sabha and the function as the presiding officer of the House so long as the does not office as the president. The article number 69. When the chairman acts as the president of India, the duties of the chairman are performed by the deputy chairman. The first chairman by deputy chairman of Rajya Sabha, first chairman Dr. Sarvapalli Radhakrishnan, and first deputy chairman E.V. Krishnamurthy Rao, first deputy chairperson female Smith Violet Alia. The chairman may be removed from the office only if he is removed from the office of the vice president. The chairman of the deputy chairman will not preside hold the resolutions for his removal from the office is under the considerations. The article number 93. Article number 92. The powers of the chairman in the Rajya Sabha are the similar of those of the speaker in the Lok Sabha, except that the speaker has the certain special power like the certifying the money bills or the presiding over the joint sittings of the two houses. Prevalence of Parliament. The privilege of each the house can be divided into two groups: those which are enjoyed by the memberships individual, those which belong to each house of the parliament as the collective body. The privileges enjoyed by the members individual are freedom from the arrest, exempt a member from the arrest during the continuance of the meetings of the house or committee. During the period of the 14 days before and after the meeting or sitting. The immunity is confined to arrest in a civil case and not in the criminal case or under the law of preventive detentions. And then a member cannot be summoned without the level of the house to give the evidence as the witness who the parliament is in the session. There is the freedoms of speech within the walls of this house. The limitations of the freedoms of speech is that no discussions can take the place in the parliament with respect to the conduct of any judge of the Supreme Court or of the High Court. The discharge of these duties except upon the motions for the removal of the judge. The article number 121. The privilege of the House the collectively are the right to the publish the debates and the proceeding and the restrain publications by others, the right to exclude the other, the right to regulate internal affair of the house, the right to publish parliamentary misbehavior, the right to punish member and the outside for the press of it is the privilege. The legislative procedure in parliament, the different steps in the legislative procedure in the parliament relating to bills other than money bills are follow. Number one, introductions of the bills in the either house of the parliament. Two, number motions after the introduction. Report by the select committee. Passing of the bills in the house where where it was the introduced. The passes in the other house. The president assent. The parliamentary pass bill in the repeal 58 RCL law 58 RCL law. The parliament on August 2, 2019 passed a bill to the repeal 58 all the central law which the government said has been done to the achieve the maximum governance. The repealing and the amendment bill 2019 was the passed by the Rajya Sabha through voice vote. It was the passed by the Lok Sabha on July 29, 2019. Money bill and the financial bill. A bill is called the money bill if the content only the provisions dealing with all or any of the following matters: the impositions, abolitions, remissions, alterations or regulations of any tax, the regulations of the borrowing of money by the government, the custody of or the withdrawal of the money from the consolidated fund of India, the appropriations of the monies out of the consolidated fund of India, the declaring of any expenditure to be the expenditure charged on the consolidated fund of India, the receipt of money on the account of the consolidated fund of India or the public account of India or the custody or issue of such money or the or the edit of the account of the union or of the state. The procedure for passing of the money bills in the parliament is: the money bills cannot be introduced in the Rajya Sabha after a money bill has been passed by the Lok Sabha. It is transmitted to the Rajya Sabha with the speaker's certificate that it is the money bill. The Rajya Sabha can neither reject the money bill or the amend it. It must within the period of the 14 days from the date of the receipt of the bills, return the bills to the Lok Sabha with it is the recommendations. Lok Sabha may accept or reject all or any of the recommendations of the Rajya Sabha. It is up to the Lok Sabha to accept or reject the recommendation of the Rajya Sabha. If the Lok Sabha accept any of the recommendations, the money bills demand to have been passed by both House with the amendment recommended by the Rajya Sabha and accepted by the Lok Sabha. If a money bill is not returned by the Rajya Sabha within the 14 days, it shall be deemed to have been passed by the both houses in the form in which it was passed by the Lok Sabha. The article number 109 only how the financial bills are the money bills which bear the certificate of the speaker as such the financial bills which do not the receive the speaker's certificate are of the two classes. The article number 117, a bill which the contain any of the matters the specified in the article number 1010 but does not the consist the solely of those the matters. It can be the introduced in the Lok Sabha only on the recommendations of the President. The Rajya Sabha can the amend or reject such bill. Any ordinary bills which the content provisions involving the expenditure from the consolidated fund. The article number 173. Joint settings of the board house. Article number 108. The president can summon Lok Sabha and Rajya Sabha for a joint setting in the case of the disagreement between the two houses in the following say if the after the bills has been the passed by on the house and the transmitted to the other house. The bills is rejected by the other house. The house have the finally decides about the amendment to be the made in the bills of more than 6 months have the elapsed from the date of the receptions of the bills by the other house withdraw the bills being passes by it. The speaker preset the joint setting in the absence of the speaker, deputy speaker or the deputy chairman or the Rajya Sabha or the person choice by the MP. MPs may be the president. The article number 118.4 in the same order. Financial legislations on Parliament at the beginning of every financial year on the behalf of the President of India, a statement of the estimate receipts and expenditure of the government of India for that year is the laid before both the House of Parliament. This is known as the annual financial statement, that is the budget. The article number 112, it also the states the way and means of meeting the estimate expenditure. The annual financial statement or the budget contain estimate of expenditure, away and means to the rise the revenue and analysis of the actual receipt and the expenditure of the closing year and the process of any surplus of the deficit in the relations to such year and the explanation of the economical policy and the spending programs of the government in the coming years and the prospect of revenue. Estimates relating to the expenditure charged upon the consolidated fund of India are not put to vote of Parliament, but this House can discuss any of these estimates. Estimates of other expenditure are the submitted in the form of the demand for grant to the Lok Sabha and in the has the power to assent or to the refuse to the assent to any demand. No demand for the grant can be the made the expend on the recommendations of the President. The article number 113. Thus, security of budget proposals is done by the Parliament's Committee on Estimate in order to report to the House about the effect on the economy, improvement in organization, administrative reform extra, suggest alternative policies, examine whether the money is well laid out, suggest the form in which the estimates are to be the present to Parliament. The report of the estimate committee is not the debate in the House. The comptroller and the auditor general is the guardian of the public purse, and it is the functions to see that not a paisa is spent without the authority of Parliament. The report of the comptroller and auditor general laid before the Parliament is examined by the Public Account Committee. The Public Account Committee is the committee of the Lok Sabha having 15 members from the House, from that House, but 7 members of the Rajya Sabha are also the associate with the committee in order to the representations of the state and the union territories in the Rajya Sabha. Uttar Pradesh 31, Maharashtra 19, Tamil Nadu 80, West Bengal 16, Bihar 16, Karnataka 12, Andhra Pradesh 11, Gujarat 11, Madhya Pradesh 11, Rajasthan 10, Odisha 10, Kerala 9, Assam 7, Punjab 7, Telangana 7, Jharkhand 6, Chhattisgarh 5, Haryana 5, Puducherry 1, Himachal Pradesh 3, Uttarakhand 3, Goa 1, Manipur 1, Nagaland 1, Sikkim 1, Tripura 1, Arunachal Pradesh 1, Mizoram 1, Meghalaya 1, Union Territories Delhi 3, Jammu and Kashmir and Ladakh 4. Representations of the state and union territories in the Lok Sabha. Uttar Pradesh 80 seats, Maharashtra 48, West Bengal 42, Bihar 40, Tamil Nadu 39, Madhya Pradesh 29, Karnataka 28, Gujarat 26, Rajasthan 25, Andhra Pradesh 25, Odisha 21, Karnataka 5, Himachal Pradesh 4, Tripura 2, Manipur 2, Meghalaya 2, Goa 2, Arunachal Pradesh 2, Nagaland 1, Sikkim 1, Mizoram 1, Assam 14, Union Territories Kerala 20, Telangana 17, Jharkhand 14, Assam 14, Punjab 13, Chhattisgarh 11 and Haryana 10, Jammu and Kashmir and Ladakh 6. The High Court seat and jurisdiction. Name of the High Court established and the territorial jurisdiction and the principal seat. Allahabad. 17 March 1866, Uttar Pradesh, and the Allahabad branch at Lucknow began the functioning from 1st July 1948. Andhra Pradesh, 1st January 2019, Andhra Pradesh. The principal seat Amravati. Bombay, established 14 August 1862. The territorial jurisdiction Maharashtra, Dadar and Nagar Haveli, Goa, Daman and Diu. The principal seat Mumbai, benches at the Nagpur. 1st May 1960, Panji. 7 July 1948, and Aurangabad 27 August 1984. Calcutta, established 1st July 1862. The territorial jurisdictions West Bengal, Andaman and Nicobar Island. The principal seat Kolkata, circuit branch at Port Blair. Chhattisgarh, established 2000. The territorial jurisdictions Chhattisgarh. Principal seat Bilaspur. Delhi, established 31 October 1966, Delhi. The principal seat Delhi. Guwahati, 1st March 1948, Assam, Nagaland, Mizoram and Arunachal Pradesh. Guwahati, branches at Kohima for Nagaland. 1st December 1972, Aizawl for the Mizoram. 5 July 1990 and Itanagar for Arunachal Pradesh. 12 August 2000. Gujarat, the established 1960, and the territorial jurisdictions Gujarat, and the principal seat Sola, Ahmedabad, and the Himachal Pradesh 1966, Himachal Pradesh Shimla. Jammu and Kashmir 1928, Jammu and Kashmir and Ladakh, Srinagar summer and Jammu winter, and the Jharkhand 2000, Jharkhand Ranchi, and Karnataka 1884, Karnataka, Bangalore branch the Dharwad 7 February 2008 and Gulbarga 7 February 2008. Kerala, 1st November 1956, Kerala and Lakshadweep. Ernakulam and Madhya Pradesh, 1st November 1956, Madhya Pradesh. Jabalpur branch Indore, 1st November 1956 and Gwalior, 1st November 1956, and Madras, 15 August 1862, Tamil Nadu and Puducherry. Chennai branch Madurai, 24 July 2004, and the Manipur, 25 March 2013, Manipur Imphal. Meghalaya, 25 March 2013, Meghalaya Shillong. Odisha, 8 June 1948, Odisha, and Chatak, Katak, Patna, 3 February 1916, Bihar, Patna, Punjab and Haryana 1975, Punjab, Haryana and Chandigarh, Chandigarh, Rajasthan, 29 August 1949, Rajasthan, Jodhpur, Brand, Jaipur, 31 January 1997, Sikkim, 1975, Sikkim, Gangtok, Telangana, 1st January 2019, and the territorial jurisdictions Telangana and the principal seat Hyderabad, Uttarakhand 2000, Uttarakhand and Nainital, Tripura 26 March 2013, Tripura Agartala. Before the jurisdictions of Telangana as a separate state, the principal seat of the Andhra Pradesh was at the Hyderabad, which was established in 1954, the oldest high court in India. Central State Relation. The central state relation in the Indian is the looking toward the federations which has been derived from the Constitution of Canada. The Constitution of India, being the federal in structure, divided all the power, legislative, executive, and the financial between the center and the state. However, there is no divisions of the judicial power, as the Constitution has the established an integrated judicial system to the enforce both the central law as well as the state law. The Constitution provides for the threefold distribution of the legislative subject between the center and the state. First, list number 1, the union list; list number 2, the state list; and list number 3 is the concurrent list, and the 7 schedules. Union list. The Parliament has the exclusive power to make the law with respect to any of the matters enumerated in the Union list. This list has at the present 100 subjects and originally 97 subjects like defense, banking, foreign affairs, currency, atomic energy, insurance, communications, interstate trade and the commerce, census, audit, postal service, rail, air and water transport, broadcasting, foreign debt, foreign trade and so on. The list number 2 is the state list. The state legislature has in the normal circumstance exclusive powers to make law with the respect to any of the matters enumerated in the state list. This has at present the 61 subject and originally 66 subject, like the public service, public order, policy, public health, police and the sanitation, agriculture, irrigations, prisons, local government, fisheries, market, trade, gambling, land revenue and so on. Concurrent list. Both the parliament and the state legislature can make law with respect to any of the matters enumerated in the concurrent list. This list has been in the present 52 subject, originally 47 subject, like national waterway, criminal law and the procedure, civil procedure, marriage and the divorce, populations control and the family planning, electricity, labor welfare, uh, economic and the social planning, drugs, newspaper, books and painting, press, factories and others. The Parliament has the power to make the law with respect to any matter for any the part of the territory of India not included in the state, thus that the matter is one which the enumerated in the state list. The provision has a reference to the Union territories or the accurate territories if any. The 101 Amendment Act of 2016 has made a special provision with the respect to good and service tax GST. Accordingly, the Parliament and the state legislature have uh, power to make law with respect to goods and service tax imposed by the Union or by the state. Hence, the Parliament has the exclusive power to make the laws with respect to GST, where the supply of the good or the service or both tax place in the course of state trade of commerce. Residuary subject. The powers to make law with respect to the residuary subject, that is the matters which are not the enumerated in any of the three lists, is the best in the Parliament. The residuary powers of the legislations include the powers of the levy residuary tax. Important article. The article number 247 details power of Parliament to the provide for the establishment of the certain additional code. Article number 249 power of the Parliament to the legislate with respect to the matter in the state list in the national interest. 250 the power of the Parliament to the legislate with the respect to any matters in the state list if the proclamations of energy is in the operations. 252 power of the Parliament to the legislate for the two or more states by consent and the adoptions of such the legislation by any other state. 253 legislations for the giving the effect to international agreement. 257 control of the union over the state in the certain cases. 262 adjudication of the dispute relating to waters of the interstate river of the river valley. 268 duties levied by the union but collected and appropriate by the states. Article number 268A the service tax levied by the union and the collect and the appropriate by the union and the state repeal. 269 the tax levied and collected by the union but the assigned to the states. 270 the tax levied and the distributions between the union and the state. 275 drained from the union to the certain state. 283 custody of the situated deposit and the other money received by public servant and court. 286 restrictions as to the imposition restriction as to the imposition of the tax on the sale or the purchase of goods. 287 exemptions from the tax on the electricity. 289 the exemptions of the property and the income of the state and the union territory taxation. 290 adjustment in the respect of the certain express the pension. 293 borrowing by the government of India. 293 borrowing by states. Parliamentary legislations in the state field. According to the article number 249 in the Rajya Sabha declared that it is the necessary in the national interest the parliament should make the law with the respect to the matter in the state list. Then the parliament becomes the completed to make the law on that matter. Such the resolutions must be supported by 2/3 of the members present and voting. The resolutions remain in force for the 1 year. It can be renewed any the number of times, but not the exceeding 1 year at a time. The law ceases to have the effect on the expeditions of the 6 months after the resolutions has the ceases to be in the force. The provisions does not the restrict the powers of the state legislature to make the laws on the some matter. The parliament acquires the power to the legislate with the respect to good and service tax for matter in the state list with the proclamations of the national emergency or the president's rule in the operation. The laws become the inoperative expirations of the 6 month. Inoperative expiration of 6 months after the emergency has ceased to the operate. According to the provisions of the article number 253, the parliament can make laws on the matters in the state list for the implementing the international treaties agreement on conventions. The provision enables the central government to the fulfill it is the international obligations and the community commitment obligations and commitment administrative relation. हाँ लक्ष्मीकांत पढ़ रहे हो क्या? हाँ हाँ लक्ष्मीकांत नहीं लुसेन लुसेन हमें पढ़ा हो गया पे। ये भाई लिखा भारत दर्शन। ठीक है भाई भारत दर्शन। लक्ष्मीकांत नहीं मैं लुसेन पढ़ रहा हूँ अभी। एडमिनिस्ट्रेटिव रिलेशंस आर्टिकल नंबर 256 to 263 the part 11 of the constitution deal with the administrative relations between the central and the state. Besides there are the various other the articles number pertaining of the same matters. The article number 312 of the constitution authorize the parliament to the create new all India service on the basis of the Rajya Sabha resolution to the effect. Under the article number 263 The presidents can establish and the inter-state council to investigate and the discuss subject of the common interest between the center and the states. Financial relations. The article number 268 to 293 in the part of 12 of the Constitution deal with the center-state financial relations. Besides this, there are the other provisions dealing with the same subject. Distribution of the tax revenue. The 80 Amendment Act of 2000 and the 101 Amendment Act of 2016 have the introduced measures since in the scheme of the distributions of tax revenue between the center and the states. The 101 of the amendment provide for the subsidy of the various center direct tax and the levies such as the central excess duties, additional excess duties, excess duty levied under the medicinal and the toilet preparations excess duties act in 1955, service tax, additional custom duty, commonly known as the countervailing duty, and the special additional duty of the custom and the central charges and the census so far as they related as the supply of the good and service. Similarly, the amendment provide for the subsuming of state values, added tax, sale tax, entertainment tax, other than the tax levied by the local bodies, central sales tax levied by the central and the collected by the state, octroi and the entry tax, purchase tax, luxury tax, taxes on lottery, betting and the gambling and the state charges and the seizures in so far as they related to the supply of the good and service. Further, the amendment related article number 268A as well in the entry 92C in the Union list board whether dealing with service tax, distribution of non-tax revenue, major sources of the center, the post of the telegraphy, railway, banking, broadcasting, coinage and the currency, central public sector enterprise, ISIS and the lefts and others. Major sources of the state: irrigation, forest, fisheries, state public sector enterprise, ISIS and the lefts and other. To resolve the content to resolve the continuous the issue between the center and the state mainly for all commissions. The number one is the administrative reform the commissions 1966. The chairman Morarajai Desai, followed by the K. Hanumanthaya, and number two is the Rajamanar Committee in 1969, Chairman Dr. P.V. Rajamanar. Number three is the Sarkari Commissions in 1983, Chairman Justice R.S. Sarkari was the constitute. Number four is the Pansi Commissions in 2007, the Chairman Justice Madan Mahan Panse, Sarkari Commissions. In 1983, the central government appointed as the three-member commissions on the center-state relations under the chairmanships of R.S. Sarkaria, a retired judge of the Supreme Court. The commissions was asked to the examine and the review the working of the existing arrangements between the center and state. If all the spares, spares and recommend appropriate change and measures. It was the initially given 1 year to complete it is work, but it is the term was the extent 4 times. It the submitted reported in 1988 the commissions made 247 recommendations to the improve the center-state relations. The central government was the implements 180 out of the 247. The recommendations of the Sarkaria commissions, the most important is the establishment of the state by inter-state council in 1990. Pansi commissions. The second commission on the central state relations was set up by the government of India in April 2007 under the chairmanships of the Madan Mahan Pansi, former Chief Justice of India. Other 4 members of the 5 members commissions were Hirendra Singh, Vinod Kumar, Professor N.R. Madhav Manon, Dr. Amresh Bagchi. After the demise of the Dr. Bagchi, Mr. Vijay Shankar was appointed as the new member of the commissions. It was the required to look into the issue of the central state relations, keeping in the view that she sense that have taken place in the polity and economy of the Indian science. The Sarkaria commissions had last look at the issue of the central state relations over 2 decades. As the commission submitted it is the report to the government in April 2010 in the finalizing the 1456 page report. The 7 volume in the commission took extensive help from the Sarkari Commission report, the National Commissions to review the working of the Constitution and CRWC report to the second Administrative Reform Commission's report. In all the commissions made of the 310 recommendation Chief Minister and the State Council of Minister. Chief Minister is the head of the State Council of Minister. The Chief Minister is the appointed by the Governor. The other ministers are the appointed by the Governor on the advice of Chief Minister. Any person may be the appointed as a minister, but the must become the member of the legislature within 6 months of such the appointed by appointment. The Council of the Minister is the collectively responsible to the Legislative Assembly of the state, but the individually responsible to the Governor. The relations between the Governor and the Minister is the similar to the between the President and his Minister. The State Legislature. Some state has the bicameral legislature having 2 houses. Now only 6 states having the 2 houses. Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, Bihar, Karnataka, Maharashtra and Uttar Pradesh. In the remaining states, the legislature is the unicameral and has the legislative assembly only. For creations or the abolition of legislative council, the legislative council of the state should pass a resolutions by the special majority followed by the act of the parliament. The article reference the article number 169. The size of the legislative council may vary, but it is the membership should not be more than 1/3 of the memberships of the legislative assembly, but not less than 40. Legislative council is the partly nominated at the party elected body. Election to the legislative council is the indirect and the accordance with the proportional representations by the single transferable vote. 5/6 of the total numbers of members of the council is the indirectly elected, and 1/6 is the nominated by the governor. 1/3 of the total members of the council is the elected by local bodies such as the municipalities district board. 1/12 is the elected by the gradual of 3 years standing residents in the state. 1/12 is the elected by the teachers of the secondary schools of the higher educational institution. The stand of the legislative council, state and the total seat. Andhra Pradesh 58, Telangana 40, Bihar 75, Jammu and Kashmir got the abolished on October 17, 2019, Karnataka 75, Maharashtra 78 and Uttar Pradesh 100. 1/3 1/3 is elected by the members by the legislative assembly from the amongst the persons who are not the member of the assembly. The remainder is the nominated by the governor from the past the specialists in the literature, science, arts, cooperative movement and the social service. The court cannot questions the bona fides or the properties of the governor nominate in any case. The legislative assembly of the state is directly elected on the basis of adult supports from the traditional constitution. The numbers of the members of the assembly cannot be more than 500 nor less than 60. The assembly in the Mizoram and Goa have the only 40 members which this assembly in the Sikkim has only 32 members. Thank you so much. Thank you.